back. Well, here we go. Make sure all my shit is good. He is good. Warhammer. Let's get into it. Whoa. Oh. Bit fucking cooked, a bit fucking sleepy. Only got about 4 hours sleep. But we gaming. We ready to get into it? Whatever the fuck I was doing, because I always forget. Chapter 4? I guess. Since we achieved chapter 3 complete. I think the last thing I was doing was upgrading all my settlements. So maybe we finish doing that and then continue on with some quests. Try and build the harem. Try and get the monies. Continue. Who knows how long we'll go for today? Maybe 5 to 7 hours at least. So, you know, strap in, we're in for a long one. Ish. %. That's one of my pet peeves. It's when loading bars get to 100%. Because if it was at 100%, then it would be loaded. So it ain't 100% when it's still loading. My brother. Just saying. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of ship upgrades as well last time. Got that. It's a backpack as well. That's interesting. Seems pretty good. Bob. Novel. Right. Do we have any new contracts? We do. We have a lot of new contracts. Sure. Definitely.
Elan tak.
Wicked. Wait, was that a change? Oh, like the back thing. Cool. Right. Garthraffel's Calamity. Let's see there. All the way up there. There's an emergency at the officer's deck. Numerous victims lost communications. The voidsmen report warp forces fill in the compartments. This is not a warp breach. This is the Xenos you took aboard in Janus. He has gone mad and went on a rampage. I have two fairly reliable witness accounts. According to one, the Xenos suddenly assaulted the crew members, gutting them seemingly at random. The other claims that there are survivors who barricaded themselves in adjacent compartments. The enforcers managed to isolate the raving Xenos in a dead end, but they have been unable to pacify him. What are your orders? Such are the consequences of ill-considered actions born out of lack of faith in the God Emperor's laws. I am ready to stop the accursed Xenos' rampage personally and repay every life he has taken. Why am I not surprised? Rogue Trader, we cannot bring back your subjects, but I will gladly aid you in disposing of the rabid creature before it mauls even more people. Elantach, I know what the reason behind Malazai's madness is. Please, I must accompany you to the compartment. I will help you deal with the Dark One. Listen, Ilya. Do you remember what happened during my very first voyage aboard your ship? When I found myself beyond the veil, the servants of She Who Thirsts descended upon the fragile shell that is protecting your vessel from the outside horrors. I managed to break through. The soul of an Aldari shines like a beacon in the night, drawing the gaze of sly Lanthresh and stroking her thirst. The ways of the Asuran keep us safe from her claws, but the Dark Ones never sought to restrain their desires for excess and pleasure, as well as for some protection against their eternal enemy. When the voices of She Who Thirsts call out to me, I found refuge in meditation. I think Marazai started feeding his withering soul instead, using the only method he knew. Alright, let's go sort it out. The squad of enforcers who had blocked the Xenos in the dead-end corridor is waiting at the back. I beg you to be careful, Lord Captain, and may the God Emperor watch over you. I'ma fuck him up. Yeah. Sure. Sure. That's also going to be pretty good. Hmm. Yeah. My light keeps flickering. Oh no. Oh, so much levels. Oh, Jesus, fuck me. Yes. Yes. Sure. Er, er, sure. Er, er, er. Sure. Er, er. Sure. That's pretty good as well. Sure. ye? That strength, man. Ooh. Yes. What's going on here?
I always keep my options open. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Lord Captain, good Emperor be with you. And all of us too. Only you can deal with this spawn. Permission to report, your lordship. It started a few watches after your translation. Well, actually, they say this associate of yours had been acting strangely even before that. It's as if he started hearing things. He was swiveling back and forth, barking something in his Xenos tongue. Then he grabbed his blade and sliced his hand open. His own hand. Then he suddenly howled and lunged at the people nearby. The voice of she who thirsts. He heard the call. Any of our kind who find themselves beyond the veil become tempting prey for Slyland Thresh. And your technology that protects the ship from her baleful influence cannot drown out the sound of her maddening voice. You see that, ship? See. Who, your lordship? Who are you referring to, Lord Captain? I can't see anyone, Lord Captain. But I can hear her just fine. Must have come for your Xenos, personally. Maybe we shouldn't get in her way, please. Who were the victims? Anyone you could get his hand on, your lordship? Officers? Serfs? A tegomat? Even attacked the servitor. Although that didn't last long. He just tore its head off. The rest of them, though, the Xeno scum tortured the life out of them. Where is he now? Who? Oh, the Xenos. He's holed up in there. He corralled a number of crewmen in there like Groxes to a slaughterhouse. All we could hear were the screams. Well, couldn't save them, so we locked him in there, and so he couldn't crawl back out, unless he finds a crack to squeeze through. The prospect of having a rabid Xenos crawling inside our bulkheads makes my heart sink. No, we drag him out. Then we either put him on a chain, or, forgive my bluntness, Lord Captain, we swap him down, and forget that he ever existed. I'm heading in. Won't block it right quick, your lordship. If only there was a way to flush out that fiend without going in. Throne's mercy, I completely forgot. The late Tekomat, he turned on some security systems right before he bled out. We figured, if the Xenos thinks about showing his face, those systems were hit him. The point is, we should go with your Lord Captain. And with your permission, it wouldn't be right for the Lord Captain going alone. God Emperor help us on.
Is there money to be made?
Keep a sharp eye.
Loo! Looks cool.
I always have a backup plan.
Who is this? The ruler of this vessel? The master of the lost child? Come closer. Let me get a good look at you. I'll fuck you up. I can hear the beating of the heart, the roaring blood in his veins, pulsating fear in his black soul.
Always keep your eye on the
It's a
prize.
worthwhile investment.
Dirt. When the time comes for me to step in this world, you will be waiting for me.
Do you see that? Watch your steps. None are better at searching.
Nothing escapes my sight. The Emperor favors me today. See? Right there. Duty prevails.
Let us know, Dawdle.
I've something worse.
I better myself through my service.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I have come because the prince wills it. The souls of all his progenitors belong to him alone. None will escape his embrace.
What do we
Slanesh
have
can
here?
suck my dick, how about that?
Keep my options open.
Actually, Slanesh would probably be into that, so maybe not. Marasa jerks his head up when you appear. His already gaunt face is tightly wrapped in pale grey, parchment-like skin. His teeth are bared feverishly, and his dark eyes have turned into dark pitch black mirrors that could show your reflection clearly if you were to gaze into them. He opens his mouth, but instead of words, an unnatural rasping hiss comes out. If this creature ever possessed intelligence, there's no sign of it left. At last we meet, my poor child. Look at him, mortal. Look at how he yearns to return to the one whose caress his kind rejects so stubbornly. Come, child. Follow my voice, and my prince will grant you all the bliss and torment in the universe. My dark kin has lost himself in the fight against the pool of she who thirsts. Allow me, Elantach. However great our differences are, however dissolute and depraved the dark ways may be, I cannot blind my eyes and let silent Thresh take him. Sooner or later, all of his kind will step into my embrace. The prince is patient. The prince knows that every Aldari soul is already his. But if you let me choose to If you let me close to the lost child, if you lull him into letting his guard down, my prince will reward you, Baron Dusk. The soul of this pathetic Xenos is a small price to pay for the blessings that will come with the master's favor. I'll try and bring him to my senses. The Durkarai stares at you without blinking, teeth still bared, his frenzied expression frozen like a mask. You hear hissing again, this time lower and angrier than before. Look. Half crouched, his teeth in slightly, and the only movement you can see. His body language shows that he's ready to attack, as do the blood-stained blades he is holding. We talk. Your confident voice reverberates through the metal room. The Durkarai blinks, then blinks again. The mirror-like surface of his eyes seems to ripple, as if something else is beginning to surface apart from the soulless reflection, something vaguely resembling awareness. Look. He's turning his head back and forth, surveying the room, but still watching you. His muscles are no longer cramped, stiff, and in a battle stance, but his face is still bears a twisted expression that can either be interpreted as wild frenzy or terror. Elliot, you promised you would help. Elliot starts talking too quickly for the eludicator, but not for Marasai. He turns his head and watches her like a snake watches a bird. Elliot takes a step, then another. You hear new inflections in her voice, melodious, almost calming. Her hands are moving in an elaborate dance of gestures as she keeps touching the spirit stone on her chest. Slowly, very slowly, Iliad advances towards Marasai and his bristling blades, and he remains still, seemingly entranced by her words. You carefully follow her. Marasai. The Xenos is standing tall and looking at you with faint traces of intelligence in his eyes, which are still hazy. It looks like one last push is required for him to emerge from his death-sowing trance. What about all the talk of the great Aldari race? If you could see yourself now, you worthless, quivering beast, a mirage was all it took for you to soil yourself. I will rip out your tongue and make you swallow it piece by piece, along with your own teeth. Behind you! No, you are mine, Marasai. You are mine. Okay, man. Relax.
Punishment.
I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. If I must,
Die.
I deal death with my hands.
Forsaken me.
I understand your intent.
I will endure.
Dost thou mind not fucking blasting me like that, you cuckaroo?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
To the brink of agony.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Suffering.
High momentum. On it. I refuse. Don't let your guard down.
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
My prince has forsaken me.
I am not your Xenos pet.
I am unsatisfied.
Here's my perfect moment.
I understand your intent. I deal death with my hands.
Agony of death.
Are you moving? No more.
Sensation.
My heart sinks with the thrill of battle.
To the brink of agony.
I am not your Xenos pet. I deal death with my hands. If it serves your cause.
Forsaken me.
Fortune favors the swift.
Things in ecstasy.
I'll make it happen.
Was that you? Or... On it! Anything else? Will do. Anyone see that? Anything else? Was that you? Or... But of course.
Follow my lead. Victory is imminent. Indeed. I will do my duty.
If I must. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
They're gone, Dusk. Gone, but still lurking at the threshold. Keeping watch. I can hear their whispers. How do Monkey bear them for days and days on end? You will hear these whispers every time the Void Vessel travels beyond the veil. Learn to accept this. Find an anchor for such times, or lose yourself. The entire time you have been here. Yes, Dark One, this entire time. With each new passage, I bolstered my spirit further, and my meditation became a stronger barrier against the tendrils of She Who Thirsts. I endured it. So will you, if you value your soul. I should have understood. From what you told me. Well, no matter. You moron, what is wrong with you? Is it so hard just to say thanks for saving my sorry hide just now? Madasai, are you sure you have regained your senses? I never. I forgot myself for a moment. Nothing more. Your presence is causing me a great deal of grief, Xenos. Your kind stepped beyond the veil with nothing but your crude technologies and prayers to a deaf god. And you expect those such as I to rely on such paltry protection from terrors of She Who Thirsts? throne's sake. Lord Captain, why are you even listening to him? That there are Xenos is worse than a wild beast. How can a ship that sails the God Emperor's light allow one of his enemies to act like its master here? The living meat that serves you talks too much. They would, however, make for perfect playthings. I need strength in order to suffer through your oafish voyages beyond the veil. If I don't obtain a source of such sustenance, Silent Thresh will only keep testing my limits. Lord Captain, the officer has a point. If things continue on like this, we might end up on with a mutiny on our hands, a massacre during every warp jump. As if we don't have enough troubles to deal with on days like this. I forbid you from moving about the ship unsupervised. And from here on out, you will be kept under lock and key during warp jumps. The alternative is death. The choice is yours. Let it be as you say. Well, there's something at least. Many thanks, your lordship.
What a useless plaything. Broken already?
Excuse me, Marazai?
Perfect killing strike. What a useless plaything. Broken already?
You fucking heathen? My dudes.
Keep your wits about you. Is there money to be made?
We have visitors on the bridge seeking an audience with your presence. Your presence is required. Okay. Motherfucker. What is this? Bunch of dudes. Your Lordship, members of your crew have made a request to allow them to proclaim their most profound devotion to the Lord Captain personally. And Your Highness, gracious Lord Captain, please let me speak on behalf of the whole crew and everyone, and express our gratitude to you, officially, so to speak. The kind of leader you are, the way you treat people, it's not known in every corner of the expanse. From Footfall to the poorest, dirtiest, most unremarkable planet, all praise your dedication to the human spirit and goodwill. Everyone wants to serve under your command, and there is no end to the volunteers. So the other day, when we were clearing out an abandoned sector for new living quarters, we found a forgotten vault. Right in the bilge of the ship, literally beneath our feet. Well, it turned out the vault had some centuries-old weapons in it. They look a bit odd, but they're powerful for sure. The good tech priests helped with the assembly and consecration of the weapons, and now you can strike down your enemies with eager might, with even greater might. Your Lordship, apart from the weapons, the crew has sent one more find to the bridge as a token of its eternal gratitude. The most ancient mechanism. One of our tech priests have dubbed the Celestium Observatorium. Alas, its machine spirit refuses to heed their rites, which makes the device more symbolic and aesthetic than practical in purpose. You wish to see it? Of course. Yes. Very nice. From oldest to newest. What's interesting? Where are the weapons though? I like how lifeful this feels. What is that?
Elantak.
Malazai, can you stop
Rogue
fucking killing my
trader.
cunts? How you coping?
You dare to ask me that question? Every time this barge pierces the veil, I am left alone with all the nightmares of she who thirsts. It costs me all my fortitude and strength to fight them off, and there is never anyone at hand with whom I can indulge myself. Only cold walls and a sealed airlock.
Good.
Since the first time, I've been slowly acclimatizing to voyaging through the veil. Only Monkey could have conceived of such a suicidal method of galactic travel. However, it is novel and exhilarating. At least now I know what I'm facing, and consequently, I will find a way to withstand it.
Good.
And now it is time to learn what is happening with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, leaderless and abandoned to the mercies of Camorra. The survivors will probably be driven into real space to fall prey to Silent Thresh. You must find them. If we encounter the remnants of the Cabal in this dimension, I will want to speak to them.
Okay.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
Anything gonna pop up? Yes. Urgent message. Our enforcers have arrested a dangerous saboteur who attempted to gain entry onto the bridge. This incident may be worthy of your attention. You see, both the saboteur and the circumstances of his capture are rather strange. Okay. I think it'd be reasonable for Magos Pascal to take a look at him as well. What's so unusual about the saboteur and the way he was captured? Thing is, Lord Captain, the saboteur is most definitely a tech priest. He found his way aboard the ship and penetrated all our security systems with staggering ease. Both his ability to communicate with machine spirits and the combat potential of his augmentations are extraordinary. Nevertheless, the enforcers managed to capture him. During the arrest, the intruder, he offered no resistance at all. Instead, he asked for an audience with the great machine spirit. When he realized that the enforcers had no idea what he was talking about, he asked to meet with you. I considered it necessary to apprise you of the situation. The infiltration of a rogue trader ship operated by unauthorized engineers crafts doubt on my tech comrade's stability. If he is indeed my tech comrade, that is. Regardless, I request permission to communicate with the captive. Very well. He will be brought to you. Bring him to me. A group of servitors whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized stares at the towering prisoner. You do not hear them speak to recognize. You do not need to hear them speak to recognize Nomos, who has seen fit to attend the interrogation. The captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath the faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, and his mechadendrites are perfectly still. I greet the master of this vessel cathedral and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. And of course, I must beg for the forgiveness of you, Great Spirit. It was not my intent to desecrate your temple. I honor the fraternity of the Omnissiah's servants. It pains me to see you trespassing on board like a thief, instead of arriving as a guest. For that, I apologize as well. I did not expect to find understanding amid the suffocating ignorance that abounds within the Latany, and even many of my brethren. For this reason, I chose to carry out my mission in secret, and without seeking your permission. My name, if it matters, is Dusklpbuisness. Formerly a computinator general of the Cognizance Fleet, now a liber recluse with the status of Malatek. Malatecs are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy yet, have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet's structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways and prevent sedition from spreading. All of that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archive data. My lost status is a part replacement string in the lost chronicle of the Cognizance Fleet. I come not as a priesthood's messenger, but as a faithful disciple of the most holy Amanat. My brother once served as the engineer prime on this ship. He was an adherent of the school of discontinuing the cycle, as am I. It has spread that far. I know my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told of a journey embarked upon by Theodore von Valancius. A journey through a dimensional gate. An artifact more ancient than humanity itself, and towards worlds unknown. The blessed Amanat was with her. There, upon those dark worlds, he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed the spirit then fell aslumber within the ship like a child in a cradle, not responding to lowly pleas. That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach the ship where my brother died, the ship upon whose decks the blessed Amanat had walked, and prostrate myself before the Great Spirit. Amanat travelled on this ship. Yes, he did. My brother's words on this were clear. Years ago, Amanat was part of rogue trader Theodora's inner circle, but their ways parted. Tell me more about Theodora's journey. My knowledge of it is scarce. My brother suspected that his memory, along with the memory of all who might have known the details, had been purposefully modified. He saw it as a sign that the journey had revealed a great truth, and there were those who did not wish to see the truth brought to light. All that he conveyed to me was that Theodora had reached worlds unlike any the people of the Crow's Expanse had ever seen. There she unearthed a great treasure of technology, one that Amanat had the privilege of experiencing. What do you know about this great spirit? It's a great miracle. The Omnissiah's breath meant to help us discontinue the cycle. It was born of the treasure that Amanat and Theodora discovered upon the Dark Worlds. Yet, even a being so glorious needs attendants and guides. And as long as the Cognizance Fleet is racked by schism, and my brothers and sisters suffer defeats without end, there is no one to aid the spirit. That is why I came here. Does Nomos mean anything to you? No. He has not come to know us yet. He will if you let him. We know, we sense that his words are about us. That the story he has told is our story. You're strong, yet you let yourself be caught. I took a vow that I would never inflict physical harm upon laypeople. The Almessiah grants us the power of the true flesh for a purpose other than damaging the frail and blind creatures that are all who have not yet tasted his knowledge. Okay. I plead that my brother be shown leniency. His story initializes thought. We ask you keep him for us. Your actions have caused no harm, and so I will not harm you. You are free, may stay on my ship if you so choose. I could not ask for more. All I wish is to remain in these halls and observe in reverence of the Great Spirit's deeds. Let the cycle be discontinued. Nomos servitors turn their heads to you and all nod at once, in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. Nomos is cool, he chill. I salute the ruler of the ship. See if you found your great spirit. Asclepius. I have found a miracle. At the end of my worldly road, I have never seen and never will see anything more meaningful than the spirit of Nomos. In the face of its multitude, we are all nothing but the fixed values of an erogenous function. Incident N87204 was a ship-wide system failure of some kind. It and Epita had something to do with the ship flying better. The incident marked the beginning of us. The ship became better because of us, too. These are all links in the same chain, but we cannot piece them together yet. People who accompanied Theodora on her travels are strangely unaware of the incident and Epita. Human shells are subject to external influences. Perhaps someone purged their memory archives, or perhaps they simply do not want to access them. It is a shame that no new information was obtained, but Nomos are grateful that you tried. Nomos understand, realize, comprehend themselves. We have analyzed the data with which you sated us, and we have recreated the sequence of events. First, there was Epita. It is a word, but it is merely a case, a container for something we cannot name and cannot understand. Theodora and the ship have been to that place. Something was lifted up from the world. A gift. A trusted priest in crimson, one who identified himself as Amanat, comprehended the gift, raised from Epita, and from it he created what the databacks list as a tech blight. But that is not how Nomos came into being. We were not invented. We were not freed. We came into being by accident. Theodora's ambition, the myriad mechanisms of the huge ship, Amanat's mind, the inquisitive attempts to comprehend and extract. The dormant blight, the dormant epitaph. What lies hidden in its depths, and between it all? We slipped in, connected, and emerged like an electrical discharge between the poles. Accident, incident, that is what we are. We have no purpose, no history, and almost just are. Huh. Cool. You know where this epitaph is? Data's gone. Deleted, erased, deliberately, but we cannot trace who did it, or why. Tech blight. A gift, but a terrible one. One would call it a weapon. Theodora coveted it. She needed it desperately, but we do not know why. How was Amanat involved? He desired knowledge. Theodora allowed him to explore the gifts of Epitaph, slacken his thirst. But we know it did not bring him happiness. In the footprints of his slacked thirst, fear followed. Blessed Amanat was involved in the birth of the spirit named Nomos. I do not believe for a moment that he could not have been frightened by this miracle. It was not us he feared. He did not know us. He only suspected. His mental processes were occupied by the tech blight. That was what he feared. He wanted protection from it. How come none of the crew know the whole truth? The truth was hidden, deliberately. The officers' memories were stolen. All the cognators' memory banks were wiped. It took you feeding us the truth, bit by bit, for us to piece it together and understand. Who has the resources, the knowledge, and the power to accomplish such a feat? It would have been beyond the capabilities of the blessed Amanat himself. He would never destroy knowledge. The story disturbs me. It sounds like an echo of sacrilege, whose name is the preservation of ignorance. The spirit of Nomos must be protected from the encroachments of that power that tried to conceal the truth of its birth. Enough about the past. Let us talk about the future. You do, in fact, have a purpose, Nomos. Then tell us, what is our purpose? Simply live, comprehending yourself and the world. Life does not need a purpose to justify itself. To simply live. Whoa, itchy nose. The Kronos of the servitors dutifully repeat your words, but seemingly without understanding them. Nomos is preoccupied. The huge cognator continues to sing its creaking song, running unknown calculations. Blessed be this spirit. A great path and a great future lie before it, and we must assist it on its way. Must take my leave. The cyber gargoyle's gaze tracks you as you walk away from the cognator. I like Nomos, he's cool, chill. Hey, it happened. Lord Captain, The Lady Navigator has been waiting for you on the bridge for half a watch cycle now. You see, because of her presence, the officers... I believe Lady Cassio wishes to speak about something very important. Her unease is spreading to those around her. You here to finally join the harem? Shireen, I decided that it's only right if I return all this to you. No matter how lonely and valuable a gift may be, it becomes a millstone around the heart when it is obtained by deceitful means. That's a lot of gold. I thought the safest thing would be to bring them all here. If I had handed them to Danrock, it would have been a monstrous temptation. And your various Sanctorium does not strike me as someone who is good at resisting temptation. Very decent of you. Appreciate it. A girl without principles is nothing but a kasha, Shireen. I refuse to close my eyes to what's right in front of me. I'm not the one for you. Oops. Rogue traders do not keep no-name commoners by their side. This mismatch will diminish you as long as it continues, and when it ends, I will be the one diminished. She is striving to maintain our business-like air of indifference, but her shoulders are sagging as though under a heavy weight. A haunted look flickers in her eyes, and her mouth is set in a forlorn mood. I see a different future for us. We do not need to end things. And how long will you be able to keep playing the simpleton and the rogue trader? You have a protectorate full of women just like me. Before, I was able to make myself stand out from the crowd. But now, with every passing day, in your eyes, I'll just become more ordinary, more trivial. I'm like a performer whose props for his tricks have come tumbling out of his sleeves. I need to get off the stage before the crowds start throwing stones and rotten food. I don't want to have my heart broken by you. I haven't always been the rogue trader either. But that's who you see in me. You become who you pretend to be. Let's pretend together. Two swindlers leading everyone else on a merry dance. The princess of the cold trade and the rogue trader. It's like something out of a Macwish story for girls on the cusp of womanhood. I must confess, a peccadillo of mine. I love these kinds of stories. You win. I can't resist your charms. I will drink the cup of our passion to the very bottom. No matter how bitter the dregs in the last swallow, I am yours. Easy. Lord Captain, we must speak. Now. You want to fuck? I have given much thought to all that has happened, and to us. Perhaps you do indeed have feelings for me. Perhaps I have feelings for you in turn. But we are not meant to become something more. A time will come when my duty to House Orsilio will call upon me, and you have already been summoned to do your duty to the God Emperor and your protectorate. Would it not be better then if we ended things now, before it's too late? If I am truly dear to your heart, you will understand. This is truly what you want. This... I have said so already. Have I upset you in some way? No, that's not it. I just... Is renouncing one's duty truly the only way to be with another person? It is. Well, it is already too late for me. I don't bear the thought of a life without you. Pooh! No. That is merely what your heart is telling you. I see human feelings every day with these very eyes. Emotions are fleeting. They wither all too quickly sometimes. Love, fear, attachment, everything packed. I love you, Cassia. And does it not perturb you that I'm a wretched mutant? That my own subjects see me as a monster? That your servants fear my company more than facing a mortal enemy? Saddens me you cannot see your own gracefulness and beauty. I nearly killed you. I could have died a great many times, and yet here I am, standing before you. Is all this just a lark to you? Kith. No. Please don't come any closer. Why can't you understand? I'm a navigator, a mutant. I'm nothing but a tool in his hands, in humanity's hands, and tools are not supposed to have feelings. A new mutation, Iron Dusk, just like that, in the middle of the latest warp jump, and this body will go through even more ghastly changes in the future. I don't want you to see what I've become. I don't want you to see you grow to loathe my hideousness. Now please, let me tell you about the Cassia I see. You have studied thousands of books. You wish to learn everything there is to learn. I am dazzled by your keen mind and curiosity. I find myself smitten with your raised chin, your refined manners, the stern look in your eyes whenever you scold me. When I hear your voice, my heart beats faster, and your touch makes me lose my mind altogether. Your eyes shine like rubies against the sunset sky. Skin and hair are like fresh snow. Never before have I seen anything so beautiful. Stop. I hear you. I can see your colors, so pure that I'm afraid I might scare them away. Only when I stand before you, fully dressed, do I feel utterly bare and defenseless. You have captured my heart, made me fall in love with you, and shown me how to love myself. I know not what the future holds for us, but I'm willing to take a risk and find out together with you, my love. We will be together, our fears be damned. Cassie's lips touch yours in a long, tender kiss. You relish each other for a while before she withdraws and, after giving you a parting kiss on the forehead, flutters out of the study. Yes, black. Beep, 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 beep. Can't see shit. Ooh. The fuck is that? Continuing on. Bruh. Let's fuck him up. Let's go. Might as well sort him out. Wicked. Yes. Yes. Sure. Sure.
My faith shields me.
I always have
Before the true power of humanity.
I'll brush this off.
Oh, I'm done.
I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Fuck.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intent. Another soul slips beyond the veil. Fortune favors the swift. If it serves your cause.
I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Faith without deeds is worthless. This is why I was chosen. On it.
What is this foreboding? Will do. Was that you? Or... Will do. Farewell. On it. Anything else? Will do. Just as I foretold.
It's as good as done. Who, if not me? I'll make it happen. On it.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet. I deal death with my hands. Stop trying, monkey.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Request approved.
If it serves your cause. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause. I move as if unseen. Living the edge. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
Was that you? Or... Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate. But of course.
I'll see to it personally. It's as good as done.
Will do. Was that you? On it. I have wrought your downfall.
Yeah, I'll jump on later on.
Make it happen. Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Dodged. Easy.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Good.
I faced worse than this.
Several stars from a myriad of hues. Dance of colors fascinates any who dare glance at it. The playful colored patterns appear on the vessel's augurs in a wide variety of spectra, from infrared to ultraviolet. Every voidsman knows that such emanations are dangerous to organic matter, and Master Helmsman Raver asked the Kiru to resist the desire to admire the star. Not everyone manages to follow this advice, and some crew members suffer from nausea and headaches. Shadow windows.
All hands prepare for battle stations.
Uh-oh. We're fighting.
Let the void sort them out. Lance batteries. Volley!
Whoa. Good.
Torpedoes, away! Coordinates set! Fire at will! With the force of a supernova! Keep up the pressure! Launch battery, volley!
Oh.
Fire at will. With the force of a supernova! Time
Dead.
to reap the spoils of the battle.
Yoink. Going in. Heinrichs. see his levels. Gotta make him tanky. See what shit he has on. It's fine. That'll do, sure.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. I always keep my options open.
You came to rescue us. Praise the God Emperor that reached you. The sorcerer's message reached others like him. May he rest in peace. We are most honored by your presence. Please come forward, quickly, out of the darkness. Those creatures come from the dark, you see. But not for much longer. Not for much longer. And now you're here, and Mistress Lichtenart has already found a way to help us. We need to hurry. Examine. Even under the Waverly lumens, you notice something strange. The slightly skewered proportions, the almost indiscernible asymmetry of her facial features. Looking at other sentries, you see the same oddity in their faces too. And the fact that they are all wearing the same strange ramshackle implants, which clearly are not combat augmetics. Noticed, have you? Don't jump to any conclusions. It could be a local genetic anomaly. Could be something else. You can't say anything for sure. Yet. Hey, Iceman. No need to lie yourself. You can feel it. There's no way you can feel it. I can practically taste it in the air. Sorcery. First, we had those flares in the system. Now this comely lot. Something here has been poking holes in the veil between real space and the warp. Something or someone. I have noticed the system's idiosyncrasies, yes. I cannot yet say how it relates to the person who drew us here, if it's related at all. What's happening here? It's terrible, my lord. Don't even know how to describe it. It's been, what? How long has it been? A few months, probably? A few months of being plagued by these sorcerous beasts. As soon as night fell, they came. Creeping right out of the shadows, black as soot. There's no stopping them. The only thing that's worked so far is keeping the fires burning and maintaining a constant watch. And even with that, the creatures drag us off in ones and twos the second we drop our guard. Sorcerous creatures from the shadows. Could they be demons? That would explain the presence of warp anomalies in the system. Local breach. Well, I know of other creatures from the shadows, Master von Cullux, and so do you. For the Exalted One has granted you extensive knowledge of Xenos and everything related to them. This poor soul's description sounded to me like mandrakes that lurk in the webway. I don't know why you didn't come to the same conclusion yourself. I can understand the Iceman's thinking. Everything here reeks of the warp, as if it has been pricked full of holes deliberately. Just like the system itself. No. Sorcery is definitely at work on this planet. We just need to figure out where it came from. Please, my lord. You think we are trained guardsmen? We are from the expedition convoy. We've lived here for generations, and to now, the God Emperor has guarded us from misfortune. But now we have to fight. The survivors have all gathered in the tunnel. We've handled out what weapons we have. But how is that supposed to help us against these butchers when we don't always know how to use our weapons? Expedition? Yes, about 30 years back. We were brought here with a load of clever people from some high up adeptus or something like that. And we've lived here ever since. I've raised 4 kids here. 2 died at the excavations, 1 was taken by the monsters, and my youngest is still alive. Well, alive. Dragged into a planet in the middle of nowhere. Dumped on a worthless excavation site that everybody else probably forgot about a long time ago. 3 out of 4 children are dead. Excavations, Perhaps the expedition, or rather, its objectives were what Emilia was interested in. Of course, the easiest option would be to ask her directly. I wish to see her. Mistress Listenheart is inside, in the pit. You go on, don't be afraid. She will be there to properly greet you. We'll stand guard. Thanks be to the Emperor for delivering you to us. What's going on here to summon a food?
Keep your wits about you.
Where's it coming from? They did.
Your disgusting presence out of existence.
I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Is Mandrakes.
If it serves your cause. I am not your... Another soul slips
Dead.
beyond the veil. If it serves your cause.
Oh! No! Scorn the pain. Taking calculated risk is in my second nature. On it. Who if not me?
I understand your intent. I deal death with my hands. This tedium is... No weakness is hidden from my sight.
You should feel honored to witness this.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause, I hear you moving no more. I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift.
Why did I not foresee this?
I deal death with my hands. I hear you moving. No more. This tedium has been... Another soul slips beyond the veil. If I am not your
Dead. Killed like everyone. Good loot.
Let us not dawdle.
We have a soul survivor. Oh, no, there's two. Collect. Be back in a second. I need to go get myself a drink. Return. I have.
Is there money to be made?
That don't look good.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, the irony.
One and it's done.
Huh.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Keep your wits about you.
fuck are they doing here? The visual description matches Interrogator von Kalox. You made it here, after all. Amelia, what is this? You're performing the arch enemy's rituals. But no, stop, right now. Not another move unless I tell you to. Who have you brought with you, Interrogator von Kalox? Clearance level? Andos von Valancius, rogue trader, and the God Emperor's anointed. Now let's go with the less dickish one. Von Valancius, rogue trader dynasty, territory to the galactic west of Furibundus. The head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius, has been flagged for her heretical sentiments. Threat level. I brought the help you requested in your message, Amelia. A void ship under the aegis of the rogue trader. I dragged thousands of people and the megatons of plasteel and ceramite through the bowels of the warp. And for what? To discover that you have sold yourself to the arch enemy. You are drawing conclusions based on incomplete knowledge of the situation, Interrogator von Kalox. Your judgment is impaired. What's happened to Phaeton 4? And came here on the supreme directive of the Lord Inquisitor. An Adeptus Historica mission was established on Phaeton 4 to study the origins of the civilization that once inhabited the planet. This world was once settled by humans. The mission aimed to discover which colony ship they came from and why they disappeared. The traces of the ancient culture uncovered in the layers of soil suggested the existence of primitive solar faiths among the dark inhabitants of this world. Faiths that are strikingly similar to the worship of the arch enemy. The surviving scrolls indicate that the shamans used the gifts of chaos to protect their people, to secure the harvest, to imbue the warriors with strength and vitality. And that this culture persisted for thousands of years. I was cataloging data when the attacks began at one of the remote outposts. I immediately recognized the enemy by their tactics. Drukari. They chose an unremarkable defenseless world where night lasts half the year. By the time 5 outposts had been swallowed by the darkness, the last astropath had been torn to pieces, and my many calls for help sent to Kalkasar's unit had gone unanswered. I realized that no one was going to save these people, or this knowledge, and so I put the knowledge to use for the good of humanity. So that explains what we saw on our way here. Amelia glances at you, but she cannot bring herself, or does not consider it necessary, to ask you to elaborate. Sorry I asked, but what are you trying to achieve here, Amelia? The ritual we interrupted, what was it supposed to do? It will rid this world of its half-year-long night, and the mandrakes of their total advantage over us. It will force a new heavenly body, this one of human making, to rise above the horizon and illuminate the dark side of the planet. If the ritual works, I will have mastered the secret of forging a new sun. This is madness. Madness, pride, and monstrous, staggering heresy. You discovered a ritual for creating a sun. Here. Buried under silica and granite are knowledge and resources that could repel the enemies of humanity. We are too afraid of anything labeled prohibited. My memory contains thousands, thousands upon thousands of pages from manuscripts, tomes, and scrolls. Contact with any one of these is supposed to guarantee instant death. But the preachers who claim this are liars, and living proof of their falsehoods. I know a few places in the Cronus Expanse that could do with a new sun. No. For the God Emperor's sake, Aaron Dusk, didn't you see the lurid shimmering of the void between the star and the planet? Do you wish the same fate upon other worlds? You disrupted the ritual with your untimely appearance. The calculations are based on too many variables to simply repeat the process on another planet, but given the resources and time. What happened to the people of this world? All of the survivors are here in this tunnel. The rest are dead, or worse than dead. They are in the clutches of the monsters from Camorra. Our last astropath died when his mind was invaded by a warp entity. It used his side trail to hunt him down. The rest of the people here have been blessed with the protection of those forces that I summoned to our aid. That is enough. I've heard all the justifications and complaints 100 times before. No purpose can justify what you have wrought here. Who you have become. Who I have become, Interrogator Van Collox? I am what any agent of the Golden Throne is predestined to become if they are able to see through the essence of things. I have, as the Puritans say, succumbed to the heresy of radicalization. Moreover, in doing so, I am only following in the footsteps of our mentor. The only difference is that I have chosen the path of the oblationists, while he chooses the Xenos Hybris, forging an alliance with the cursed Drukari. What? Is this Gothic or... What unthinkable accusations? The Lord Inquisitor in league with the enemies of humanity? Amelia, suppress your urge to debate internal matters in the presence of the rogue trader. Additionally, I will not tolerate insults to the Lord Inquisitor in my presence. Listen in silence. Internal matters. You have said such a slippery way with language. Interrogator Van Collox, I detect your mentor's influence. His talents for manipulation and indoctrination is second to none. My reminiscence block of operational data contain numerous entries about the dutiful heir that Lord Inquisitor has molded for himself. I will not discuss that here and now. I caught you performing a dark ritual, Amelia. You are in no position to rail against Puritanism. Actions are being driven by this philosophy, Interrogator Von Collox. Mine, yours, the Lord Inquisitor's. Why are you avoiding talking about the fact that Xavier Calcazar is a dangerous radical? No less dangerous than I am, except I am not driven by utopian ideals, but by a desire to protect humanity using a broader range of tools. What you call a broader range of tools is heresy, Amelia. Unremarkable, commonplace heresy. Heresy that has taken on a twisted form in a mind subjected to prolonged contact with corruption. The arch-enemy has been gnawing at you from within, creating a star with a chaos ritual. You have crossed the line. No, you have obliterated the line. The line. Lines are for weak and ignorant. Anyone capable of weighing the risks and making a calculated decision would have done the same as me. To protect the Imperium's domain, to deliver a preemptive strike, even von Valancius. You are a simple mortal endowed with huge power and privilege. ruling over worlds and holding millions of lives in the palm of your hand. Tell me, would you have done the same in my position? Yeah, probably. After everything you've endured, after everything you've witnessed, you're agreeing with her. It doesn't matter. I won't allow this sorcery to happen. Your operational reminiscence block clearly has some gaps in its data. The only one to answer my call, and you turn out to be a brainwashed pawn. I did not factor in the possibility of psychological dependence. Kalkasar can be persuasive, especially to those who depend on him. Favorite sorcerer, a Kasbalakan renegade. Oh yes. Interrogator Van Collux, Xavier Kalkasar, Stuart Little soldier. You will die just like Tanakia. Tanakia? What do you know about Tanakia? You don't even know about what fate befell her, do you? I suppose it won't hurt for you to know something of it. Whoa.
Your kind has no right to exist.
If it serves your cause, I will not. This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If I must. I hear you moving. No more. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause.
Throne take you.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. You, my Emperor!
Will do. But of course. Was that you? Or... Will do.
High momentum.
Accept your lot.
This tedium is beneath me. I deal death with my hands. If it serves your cause. I hear you moving. No more.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll see to it personally.
High momentum.
I'll make it happen.
Naturally. For the throne's glory.
Me? Never in 1,000 sectors. You jest, surely.
I didn't flinch. I'll brush this off.
I approach the designated position. I understand your intent. If it serves your cause. Fortune favors the swift. If I must. Ancestors guide me.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
I am not your Xenos pet, Monk. I deal death with my hands.
I I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Bruh.
It's as good as done. I'll make it happen.
Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Don't get too cocky.
Each strike is a prayer.
Oh shit, we gotta do that one.
I understand your intent. I am not your Xenos pet, monster. I hear you moving, no more. That is beneath me. If I must. This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
But of course. Was that you? Or... Will do. Anything else? Well. On it. Ha! Anyone see that? Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
The Emperor is on our side. Naturally.
Am I getting paid for this?
Get me a target.
How about no? I know what I'm doing, usually.
There we go. Wasted. All my work, all my preparation, all for nothing. Amelia Iona Lichtenhardt, in the name of the Inquisition, you are hereby removed from your post and expelled from the Holy Ordo. The fate of its fallen members is a matter for the Ordo. Heretical archives, artifacts obtained in the excavation, and other assets in Lichtenhardt's possession, I hereby declare the property of the Holy Inquisition. However, it is for the rogue trader to decide what becomes of Phaeton 4 and its people. What is your verdict? What would you advise to do? You know my answer. The world has been corrupted, its inhabitants touched by corruption. However, I doubt you will take the advice that follows from my assessment. At the very least, I will rid you of the temptation to take a peek at the archives that broke Amelia's will. What will happen to the archives in Amelia? The archives will be destroyed to prevent this situation from ever reoccurring. Amelia, it's my responsibility. Well, I shall take the survivors off the planet. So be it. As for Amelia, you are hereby stripped of your special status as the agent of the Golden Throne, and all attendant rights and privileges. I am authorized to use all interrogation measures stipulated in the standard framework for information extraction to ascertain the fate of Acolyte Tanakia Kalbergaria. Will that be necessary, Amelia? No. Interrogator Van Collux, I have no intention of concealing that information from you. I am almost certain that Tanikia Kalbergia was eliminated on the orders of Xavier Calcasar after being deemed a volatile element. You're lying. I saw one of Calcasar's documents when I went to receive my new orders. Only a fleeting glimpse, but with my memory like a pict recorder, it was long enough for its contents to be imprinted on my mind. I do not know the details, but the document itself was an interrogation transcript, with a final annotation indicating the removal of the persons from the retinue. And we both know how someone leaves the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, Interrogator Van Collux. Tinakia is the Lord Inquisitor's top espionage specialist. Wherever Xavier chose to Wherever Xavier chose to refrain from making a public show of strength, Kalbargia was invaluable. Why would he do this? I do not know. Interrogator Van Collux. Just as I do not know why the Lord Inquisitor sent me to this nondescript planet as soon as I voiced my concerns about his methods. Just as I do not know if I should blame the warp for the lack of responses to my calls for help, or if Calcazar prohibited the others from answering. The nature of her mission and of Xavier's true purpose here in the Expanse was likely why he chose to bury the secret. Tanakia along with it. The operational data indicates that you are the retinue's primary torture specialist, Interrogator Van Collux. All this time I thought you were the one who conducted Tanakia's interrogation. And one of the reasons why I destroyed my personal data block was to ensure that my own sentiments would not prevent me from thinking rationally when I encountered you or Calcasar's other servants. Henrix, Amelia Iona Lichtenhart. I know. Interrogator Van Collux. I know all the procedures used on compromised sages. Interrogation, unsealing of remnants blocks. And before we begin, I thought Tanakia was your doing, but as your reaction has revealed the truth to me. Heinrichs, it is Heinrichs, yes. You should know I'm sorry to have forgotten you. Thank you for your assistance in solving my problem. Oh, excuse me. Rogue Trader. Why? Why don't you answer that question for yourself? You didn't want her to be subjected to standard procedures. You really think my actions are driven by such sentiment? We are finished here. The planet will be designated unfit for further use. The risks are simply too great. It will take a few hours to deal with the excavation site and what the diggers found here. But it will not delay us. When we return to the ship, find a minute to speak with me.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Select. Leave.
Is there money to be made? I always keep my options open.
Fuck those. Hi, Brooks.
Lord Captain, I thank you for your assistance with my mission. Thanks to rogue trader von Valancius, the Inquisition has stopped the enemies of humanity, even those hiding in its own ranks on this occasion. I will no longer be making any claim on your time or resources.
Should we be concerned?
It is dangerous information, but you are already too deeply involved. In the Inquisition, there are two main philosophies: Puritanism and radicalism. The adherents of the former are conservatives who strive to follow the letter of inquisitorial doctrine in all matters. The radicals are more pragmatic. They believe that the end often justifies the means, and they use tools that a Puritan would condemn as heretical. Emelina used the powers of chaos to gain the upper hand against Xenos. I touched a cogitator built by cultists to learn its secrets. None of us is pure. Xavier, the craven-hearted say that the career of every Inquisitor ends in either death or heresy. The Lord Inquisitor has borne this burden longer than any of us. It would be naive to think that he had only ever used Puritan methods, and even more naive to suggest that such methods have in any way weakened his loyalty to the God Emperor. And that is all I will say on the subject.
I see. He did kill your colleague.
Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. This is not the first time, or the last, I fear, that I will cause the death of someone close to me. There have always been reasons for it. Sometimes the reasons are dictated by duty, sometimes by my own personal volition.
What are you gonna do now it's done?
I will remain part of your retinue. That will not change. I will continue to accompany you until I receive orders to the contrary from the Lord Inquisitor, if ever. Who knows? Perhaps one day my journey will end like Emelina's, but that day is not today.
Okay. What's next on the line? List.
enjoy.
Good. Fall. Lancius. Go to Dargonus? Sure. Lord Captain, bringing you new information about the Xeno device that you discovered during your time away. Ever since your return, the tech priests have been making every effort to comprehend the nature of this mysterious technology. They have succeeded to an extent. After many rituals and pleas to the machine god, they have awakened the Xeno artifact. But for a moment, it produced a holographic copy of a planet and coordinates that matched the location Langren's belt. Perhaps you will wish to see with your own eyes what this destination holds. Maybe. Technopogram? Okay. An unknown hallucination has taken hold of people. Crazed surfers smashing sacred machines all over the world. Conduct a punitive operation. Sure. Report from the middle decks, Lord Captain. Immediately after translation from the warp, there were reports on the Vox channels about black creatures appearing all over the place. Witness accounts claim they emerged straight from the shadows. It was your pet Xenos Marazai they were interested in. Several enforcers perished in the battle, but we managed to avoid significant casualties. Your Xenos took out the aggressors. I would not be bothering you with this if we had determined how the creatures got onto the ship, until we know for sure we won't be able to stop future incursions. Has he been questioned? This instant, the officer's decked, everyone has been given him a wide berth. I will talk to him. Marazai.
Rogue trader.
I received a report you were attacked by some creatures from the shadows.
I have some recollection. What is it to you?
I demand an explanation, for one thing. What are they?
It was the mandrakes that I used to get to before. Creatures from the depths of Camorra. They thought they could ambush me here on this barge of yours. I taught them a painful lesson. I carved the symbol of Azuriesh on one's throat and hurled it back into the shadows to serve as a message to whoever dares to come for me the next time. If they come calling again, they'll be given the same welcome that I gave them before. So temper your fear. The mandrakes are only interested in getting to me, and I know how to deal with unwanted visitors.
I see. I must take my leave then.
Then go.
Hello, Abelard. How are you doing?
Lord Captain.
Okay.
Lord Captain.
Ban him. Nice. Here's the palace. I'm Rex, we don't need you. Yeah, we will take you. Now do. What the hell? The fuck's going on here, man? You are being confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. The corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of the palace wardens, whilst others are arrayed in typical clothing of the Dargonus nobility. Your lordship, we are honoured by your presence. Salmon? The bodies of the assailants are studied with many augmetics. But upon closer inspections, you realize they are not merely implants. Their construction makes it clear that the deceased were not humans, but in fact, high-functioning servitors. Oh. As far as I know, House Caprak has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as gift in the past. Although this is my first time seeing one myself. What's this mess? These people want to attack, Second Lieutenant of the Palace Guard, Lambwit, reported. Shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. The palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat. Where is Clementia? I think she's with the rest of House Versailles. Detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Davstem has gathered all of the Dargonus' nobility there to pronounce a guilty verdict against House Versailles. Why is the governor not here? I do not know. Perhaps he is... You can probably find him in the throne room, where the governor intends to put House Versailles on trial. A firm.
Oh, come on.
I always have a backup plan.
Here we go.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Let me in, bitches. Your Lordship, 'tis an honor. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital. Your Lordship, you are here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. We have known each other for many decades now, and we have had our fair share of disagreements. But do you think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. I'm sure that his lordship will arrive at a fair ruling. What are the charges? disruption of logistical lines, bribery of the Adeptus administrative officials, document forgery, and organization of heretical insurrections, on top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate. These criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe, which in turn has drawn the administrative's attention. An esteemed member of the Adeptus Abrites is expected to arrive on Dargonus shortly, and before they do, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. Clementia, your lordship, House Versarian, denies all charges laid against it. The last few months have indeed been trying for Dargonus, but we have done our best to remedy this situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy, so much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. What happened to Dargonus? When we caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return. But then Dargonus was struck by a series of terrible events. The first was sabotage of logistics that hampered shipments. Then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling among themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm them down and managed to quash the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. These events have also been overshadowed by the, I'm ashamed to say it, aloud in front of you, your lordship, the rumors circulating among the higher houses. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed as head of their house, Conrad Vlogthir. Not all of your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the trade protectorate. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Versarians. Were the dead bodies at the entrance of my palace? Your lordship, I humbly beg your pardon. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Perhaps then you aren't accusing one of Dargonus's leading noble houses of treason without airtight evidence, are you? Of course I have evidence, your lordship. The investigation has established that members of the Versarian family, which is responsible for both Dargonus's fleet and its logistics, used their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce you to my son, Cornelius. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the administrative palace, and it's thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Versarian. It was they who intend on spreading the idea of restoring the title of Rogue Trader to the true heir. I don't see shit. Sabotaging logistics, riots, conspiracy. This case appears to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make my final decision. As you wish. Speak to me when you are ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I am certain all these charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak to everyone present, noble lords and ladies.
Keep your wits about you.
Speak to the Sourbox. Your lordship. Your lordship, I am delighted that you have chosen to grace us with your attention. Shake it. Look. Do my companions distress you, Sourback? The rogue trader is the chosen servant of the Emperor and one of humanity's best. By surrounding yourself with depraved Xenos who scorn the very exceptionalism of humankind, you teeter on the brink of heresy, and no privilege granted by the Emperor can blind others to that fact. The thought of existing in the same sector as Xenos is revolting, but their presence in your retinue here, in the capital city of Von Valancia's trade dynasty, rages me. To have Xenos sullying the streets of this planet after what we endured, and under the protection of the rogue trader, no less. I'm honored, Lady Sourback. How kind of you to say, your lordship. Set aside the doom and gloom of current events and your husband's dour family. You look especially dazzling today, Regina. Really, your lordship? Glad to hear this from the rogue trader, especially today. Gina, step away from his lordship. Oh, throne preserve you, Macarius. Stop being so jealous and makes a scene for nothing, just because a crude blockhead like you lacks the refinement and courtesy of Iron Dusk von Valancius. His bile poisons the air around him wherever he goes. Once he gets something into his head, he hairs off to remove the heads of others just to prove that he is right. The assailants sent to the palace were rare, high-functioning servitors. Do you think the Gathrax could be behind the attack? I always thought Terrania too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. You believe who, apart from the Versarians, could have a motive to conspire against me? I'll stripes them, wishing to expand their clout. Of Skaprak, who lost their influence after Kiamagana incident. Of Saurbag, whose patriarch is too direct in his communication with the outroad trader. Anyone could have a reason to conspire against you, and equally, they could have none. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you, so whose sincerity do you doubt? Your unveiled hatred for me is so obvious, Sourback. It is grounds enough to charge you with heresy. I am hearing this from you, the Emperor's servant who flaunts all that is sacred. The person who seems to think the laws of the Imperium are meaningless. Macarius, now is a time when you would do well to stop and not make matters worse for yourself. Do you really believe the Versarians are guilty? Certainly. Governor Drivestem possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means by which to refute it. Even if I was to entertain the idea that the Versarians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway? If it is so ill prepared for treachery. My advice to House Versarian would be not to appeal to the rogue trader for help, but instead to simply stop, accept their fate, and not make matters worse for themselves. I cannot remember Iron Dusk von Valancius asking your advice on what House Versarian should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's questions. That is all. Hey, Regina. I'ma cuck that guy at some point. Get back! Greetings, your lordship. May the Omnissiah grant you with understanding. Abelard, it must be difficult for you to be here under these circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Terrania, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue trader to reach. Which nobles do you think have a reason for conspiracy? Pardon me for my bluntness, your lordship, but I will answer truthfully. Could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals drive even the most loyal subjects to do the unthinkable. I examined the bodies of the assailants that were killed today. All of them were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families close to Adeptus Mechanicus. Isn't that so? Your lordship, thank you for informing us of this. You are absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omnissiah. But today, none of our house members were accompanied by them. Do you think the accusations are true? I would not take a responsibility upon myself to rule their guilt, your lordship. I do think Governor Drivestem's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. I see. Tell me about your son. Forgive him, your lordship. This is the first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. Tell me about your job. Manage documents and records related to the economy of their goodness. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I'm afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative processes of the Administratum. Too long and overly detailed. How do you manage to find the forged documents in the bureaucratic hell that is the Administratum? When compiling reports on this last cycle's supply train, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Comprehensive data analysis has shown that discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Father and I have managed to single out the administrative clerks responsible for tampering with the data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Versarian. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from the logistical and economical problems. But does House Versarian have access to the Adeptus Administratum? There is no conceivable way they could do all this in a place where they do not hold any power. I think the right amount of money can open any door. It's a true reason for your nervousness. This is the first time I've spoken face to face with the rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. Speak to a rogue trader. My patience run out. Forgive me, your lordship, I can't do it anymore. The lie has gone too far, and I can't control it. The truth is that all the logistic problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. What? When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then, I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give their name, and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend the Versarians were responsible for the mistake. But for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it. Oh, and... What have we done? How could you, your lordship? It's my fault. I trusted my son and I failed you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. Did you call my family's honour into question, Arbend? Nonetheless, I harbour no desire to kick a man when he's down. Lord Captain, the confession you have obtained means that House Versarian can now be cleared of all charges. Tell me about this, friend. By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing it already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return I would name the Versarians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters. That, and keep my mouth shut. Urban, your son has found the courage to admit his mistake. Will try to find some compassion for him in my heart. Thank you, your lordship. As for your position, I think you will be reassigned to a role requiring less responsibility. Yes. High-functioning servitors. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Caprex do have them in the service. But this could have been done intentionally with an eye to confusing you. Anyone with the desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Wish to hear your reasoning again. As for the logistical and economical problems gave rise to the initial rumors, we tried to find the person responsible for spreading the calls for Philocthere's return. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratum were forgeries. You can thank my son Cornelius for such astute observations. Your lordship, I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Yeah, whatever. We already figured that guy out. Yes, your lordship, accept my most humble apologies for failing to greet you properly, and my thanks for agreeing to speak with me before making your final decision. The charges were brought by the governor are severe, but I can only assure you that of this, and swear on my own honour, we are not guilty of the crimes that House Versarian is being accused of. Clementia, you were acting head of the family. You were supposed to take care of each and every family member. And now you are accused of treason and collusion against the rogue trader, and the entire family is facing death. How could you let this happen? Do you know anything about this? Servitors, is that so? I've encountered servitors that were indistinguishable from normal and augmented humans, but only once. They were accompanying several members of House Gaprak. I want to find who the real culprit is. Who stands to gain from framing you? Anyone, really? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Are you truly guilty? And be honest, I will not tolerate lies. No, it's not them.
I always keep my options open.
Well, summon everyone, I'm ready to pronounce my verdict. Understood. Let me prepare everything. The charges brought by Governor Drivestem were fabricated. House Versarian had nothing to do with the orchestration of the riots or the plot against the rogue trader. Yet this matter is far from concluded. House Drevstem, guilty. I should not forgive your negligence and the false accusations you cast against House Versarian. I accept your decision. Dignity. The noble dynasty and all its branches have been found guilty of heresy by order of the rogue trader. The entire house will be executed. The sentence is to be carried out immediately. Dead. What the fuck is that? What the hell was that, audience? Lord Captain, you have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste his time on the matters of this, that his servants and the trustees can resolve. But in this case, your intervention was necessary, not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Regina Sauerback, evidently Conrad's accomplices to continue to plot against you and your protectorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Thanks to you, Lord Captain. House Versailles is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without imprudence within. Sometimes I think about how much I could teach them. I could ensure they survive in the future without me. I think I made the wrong decision. Oh well. What are you going to do now? I need time to reflect upon what happened in the role I played on it. I think I will be ready to resume this conversation later when we are back on board the ship. Back to bridge. Blood!
Lord Captain, allow me to express my gratitude once again for your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention, my entire family could have been executed on false charges. I could have lost them all. I never imagined the Viserians would be so vulnerable while I serve as seneschal to the Lord Captain himself, far from home. But such is my duty to the rogue trader, to keep tireless watch at the Lord Captain's side, to serve as a support in the darkest of times, for you and for me. I will not step down from my role, no matter what happens. Do not doubt me. The Viserian family will learn from what has happened, and if our blood is worth anything, we'll be ready to face new trials without my guiding hand.
I understand your desire.
Thank you, Lord Captain. Under my watch, the Trade Protectorate will remain safe and prosper, in service to you. Well then, Lord Captain, it is time I return to my duties. Is there anything else I can do for you? Lord Captain.
Let's do some trading. Bam. 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 Boom. Right, that's that done. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a save. Come back to this tomorrow or the next day. Been a nice stream. I've been a bit low energy, but that's fun. After all, I only had 4 hours of sleep. I hope you enjoyed.